Evening all. How are we all doing? Got quite a few on stream. You still remember that we exist then, that's a good thing. Thank you, thank you. It's still a little bit surreal to be back in the UK. Yeah, sounds good, Max. We took a trip to Florida. We met up with a couple of our Floridian team members and spent some time with family. It was the first time that I'd ever driven in the US, so that was interesting. I have to say that I don't know whether it's true across all of the US, but some of the roads in America are absolutely insane. Certainly in Florida, you really put your life on your hands when you're kind of pulling across oncoming traffic at intersections. We don't have anything like that in the UK, so it was yeah, quite the experience. Yeah, driving on the opposite side of the road, it took me all of about 10 minutes to get used to doing that. That wasn't the challenge. It was more just the way the roads work in the US. Like in the UK, there's never really a situation where you're having to pull across oncoming traffic in the UK. Like if we've got what we would call a motorway, sort of, 3 lanes, 70-mile-an-hour limit. If you're pulling off into a direction which is across opposing traffic, there's always a slip road on a bridge or like a roundabout above the motorway. The US roads, at least the ones we saw, had nothing of the sort. So you'd have like 4 or 5 lane highways where you would be turning left across just traffic coming in the other way. It's mental. Yeah, we saw so many accidents. And the I-4 going up through Florida was a nightmare as well. Like every day we were like half an hour just in stop-start traffic. All good fun though. Despite that, I actually enjoyed it. It was a fun challenge. Lost my coaster. We got to see a SpaceX launch, so that was really nice. Well, I say saw the launch. We saw the glow in the distance and then the rocket disappear into the clouds, but we certainly heard the launch. Thank you. Yes, it is actually Earl Grey in the cup as well. This is my second version of this. It's one of my favourite mugs. And Claire broke the other one, so this is the replacement that she bought. Yeah, no doubt. Yes, we enjoyed 2 weeks in the sun, just having a nice relaxing break. Although it wasn't that relaxing, of course, having all the kids with us, including the adult ones. It's yeah, it was anything but relaxing. It was quite a stressful couple of weeks. Yeah, funnily enough, I had to spend a couple of days in London after coming back because it was my daughter's birthday, and I much prefer the Floridian traffic over driving through central London. That was, yeah, an absolute nightmare. Like in Florida, everyone's always like pulling in front of you, but everyone just expects it and just moves over and moves aside. In London, they just barge their way in. Like I had a car, a van, like this close to scratching my car, just pushing past me. It's like I was like, wow, that's yeah, you don't get that around these parts normally. Going to be doing a bit of modelling tonight, but first of all we have to do the competition because it is the first stream of the month. So Claire has already sorted out all the numbers for us, so let's just take a quick peek at that. Apologise for blinding everybody, or at least blinding me. Where are we? Oh, it's on the wrong screen. Hang on. There we go. And another weird thing happened actually, because my computer's not been here while we've been away. I've had it kind of safely stored around my mum's house for safekeeping. And having plugged everything back in, the moment I plugged in the camera, everything just turned off. It's really weird. And everything's sort of reset itself. So, thanks to Firstus once again, we have 3 captain keys, or captain ranks to give away. So we'll do those first, and then we'll follow up with 3 just key giveaways. So, are you ready? Yep. Through coughs, Claire is ready. So we shall go ahead and draw our first number. Right then, so the first number and the first captain tier goes to 7020. It's been a while since I've done this. And that goes to Damien. Congratulations to you. You are now a captain. I'll just wait for Claire to confirm that she's done her bit.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. And our next captain tier goes to 9562. And that goes to Starkindler. Congratulations. Say when. Okay, our final captain tier goes to 3292. And that is... how do you even pronounce that? Kois / Shroud. Let's just stick to Shroud. Congratulations, Shroud. Okay, so the next 3 will just be for keys. When you're ready. Okay, the first key goes to 3989. And that is EPPS. Congratulations to you. And the next key goes to 1982. And that is Gordon Lemon. Great name. And our final key goes to 4808.
All high numbers again.
They are always high numbers, aren't they? It's weird. Time PvP HD. Congratulations, you now have a key.
It's nice to put a lot of old followers on there.
Oh, that's good to see. So there we go. There is our winners. Congratulations all. Claire will be sorting you out with keys and ranks and all that stuff. Yeah, Claire picked up a cough in America and she's brought it back here.
Yeah.
She's like patient zero for a new pandemic.
That would be difficult.
Yeah. I feel your pain, Erikes. There's nothing worse than running out of sandwich. So while I was away, I did a couple of things. I spent most of the time just sleeping, but when I wasn't sleeping, I finished off all the handrail bits and pieces. So we've got the glass running down the stairwell. I still need to cut some holes into it to add some balustrades. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to put them yet. Maybe like one here, and then halfway down each stairwell. But I'll see where they look good. So we've got that to do. These are all connected now to the glass, and they've got these little joining blocks. I've gone a little bit too detailed on these. You can't really see it from a distance, but they actually do like properly clip on with like a joining bit. And I've also done the same in the mid-deck area as well. So I've done it in such a way that these stair meshes are copy pastable down throughout the ship, and they all join in the middle perfectly. So the sides are all the same distance from the middle, and these pieces all line up exactly in the middle, and they're all lined up exactly at the intersect point of that curve that goes through the middle there. So everything should be all lined up nicely. I still need to do the underside of the stairs there with some kind of lighting solution, and we still need to put on the LED strips. Claire actually did some of those, so you can see the ones here are done and the ones on this side are done. So thank you to Claire for putting all those into place, and all we need to do then is just copy paste those up to the other decks, and they should all be where they need to be. And again, each one of these is an independent actor, which can be shot and damaged completely in isolation from the rest of them. What else? I've started copy pasting some ceilings down and some floor pieces. Oops. I think that's about it really. I didn't get much done at all really whilst I was away, but I was forced, kicking and screaming, to have a break. The other big thing which I did yesterday is I've upgraded to Unreal 5.5 because we've been having so many shader issues with 5.4, and I had an issue 2 days ago where it was just causing constant engine crashes, and upgrading to 5.5 completely fixed that. So I don't know what was going on with 5.4, but upgrading has fixed it. We did have an issue with multiplayer not working in 5.5, but I have now since fixed that as well, thanks to our plugin author who released a patch. So we should be good to go on 5.5 with no outstanding issues. And one other thing that 5.5 fixes as well is this. So if you put the camera like into the nanite tessellation in the floor, you can see that it's not hitching like it would previously. Before, this would hitch to the point of actually crashing the engine, but they fixed that completely, so that's nice to see. It was doing like an infinite subdivide, so the closer the camera gets to the tessellation, the more it subdivides the polygons, and it was getting like, when the camera touches it, it kind of did a bit of a divide by zero and crashed the engine. But there's a cap now on how much it subdivides, so that's all fixed. It did. The planets are slightly different because of the scale. I'm pretty sure they will still crash. Let me give it a try though. Let me just go to my test level. Where are we? That one. Oh, I've also fixed nebulas as well, so they should be back in the game. All good, thank you, Oni Noni. It was stressful because the holiday was involved lots of kids and ferrying lots of kids around, but that aside, it was lovely. Not long at all, Robert. Really, we're just polishing and fixing now, ready for the demo updates. Yeah, there's no new features that need adding. It's literally just polishing and filling in the gaps in the geometry. Right, let's find ourselves a plan. Oh yeah, I need to remove some of these test systems as well. You'll do. Terrain. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, the test map has things like auto exposure enabled, so it does some weird stuff with the exposure. Just ignore that, and of course we're missing half the ship too. But this is just a test map, so ignore the weirdness. Our hope for early access is Christmas, but we'll have to see. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Yeah. I think that's a dev thing, isn't it? Just ignore the weirdness. Right, so I'm going to guess that this will crash, but we'll see. Oh yeah, it's not happy with that. And that is a scaling problem. So this is a 1-to-1 scale planet, so it's huge. And the tessellation isn't a fan of the camera getting close to it. So there it goes. It's, to be honest, it's less flaky than it was, so they've improved it, but it's still flaky. So it's yeah, the planets are still best viewed from above. That's a weirdly specific little mountain there. No, pull up, don't crash. Oh, yeah, it survived. It definitely tried to crash. Yeah, see, you're alright, sort of this kind of altitude, just skimming the upper atmosphere. But yeah, any closer than this and it will crap out on you. But yeah, with the way that we're handling planetary landings, the ship won't get any closer than this anyway, so we'll probably define the cutoff point somewhere around here, so it's kind of edge of the atmosphere kind of distance, probably at actually exactly edge of the atmosphere as our cutoff, so that the main ship, you know, won't be able to enter the atmosphere itself. So you would, if we just drop out of FTL, so at this sort of altitude, you would just get in a shuttle and then transition down to the surface. I think we'll, with the planetary surfaces as well, we'll have an additional detail layer as well over this, so it doesn't look quite so pixelated. And I want to take advantage of the nanite tessellation to do things like forests as well. So, you know, we've got some of that 3D-ness to it. So we should be able to do some jungles and forests and actually have them, you know, physically be 3D. You know, driven by a height map, but at least visually there on the surface. So that should be interesting. Yeah, hopefully that's fixed, Jamo. The issue was with transparency not being lit, and I did find the solution to that. Let me see if I can find something with a ring. I suppose the easiest one would be Saturn, wouldn't it? We know that has a ring. I may have to implement the same fix that I did last time for that. Okay, where's Saturn gone? Oh, we're on the dark side of it. Yeah, definitely, Sarah. Will one of the things that we've got planned. So the type of life, both flora and fauna on a planet, will be directly linked to the conditions on that world. Yes, Firster. So the gas giants should be fully volumetric, which means ploughing through clouds. In fact, I won't be happy unless I get to plough through some clouds, completely in 3D. Thank you, Zelaf. Today we are going to be doing some modelling work, although I'm just testing out the rings with 5.5 because, as Jamo very correctly points out, they were broken in 5.5 because 5.5 translucent lighting wasn't working. I can see the rings there, and they don't look to be lit, so I shall go back in and have a look at that. Yeah, when it comes to the dark side of planets and ships, like not near any stars, the question is, you know, do we want just some ambient lighting from the galactic space itself? Obviously, nearby stars will be casting some form of light on planets, and that's also true for things like rogue planets as well. Obviously, rogue planets are just going to be unlit black balls unless we find some way of lighting them up. So it's going to have to be an artistic choice, and I think I'll put that in the hands of players. So we'll have an ambient lighting slider. I have some ambient lighting that I use for testing, so I should have it on here. I don't know whether I do have it on here. No, I don't have it on here. Hang on, let me load up the full level a second. Yeah, so there will be definitely some form of window overlay on the ship for looking at all sorts of data overlays, to be honest, not just seeing things in the dark, but looking at things like UV radiation, X-ray radiation, that sort of thing, just to be able to have science-based data layers. But I need to figure out the glass for that. So the stars you see out of the window automatically render behind things because of the layer that they're on. They use some depth channel filtering. What I want to be able to do is have it so that data overlays are only visible when looking through the glass. So we're going to have to use like a custom stencil mask or something to do that, and it messes with the way we've done the stars, and they kind of overlay one another, so that there's some graphical stuff we need to fix to make that work. Worst case scenario, we'll do it the same way we do with the space labels, whereby when you're in the bridge, the labels are visible, and as soon as you leave the bridge doors, they're hidden. So like you stand back here, you can't see them. We can do it that way, but that's kind of like a bodge, so I'd rather not do it that way if we can get away with it. But yeah, when it comes to the ambient lighting, so obviously when you're between stars, the ship looks like this. We will have some floodlights on the hull once we've got a nice hull on there just to light it up in space. But what we do have is this temporary superlight thing that I made. And if we turn that on, you can see that we can just illuminate things with ambient lighting, and that will affect the entire scene, so planets as well. We've got control over the light color, so we can, depending on what star you're around, we can change the color of the lighting depending on the star, so it can be, physically accurate to that star. And we can also change the intensity of that ambient light as well. So we could have something just really subtle like this, just so that it doesn't go completely black all the time. But that really is an artistic choice, and if we just have that as a slider on the settings, then players themselves can decide how much ambient lighting they want in the game, because it will affect everything on the ship. So like when you're between walls and in the darkest areas of the hull, that ambient lighting will light up everything. So if I kind of look where there isn't any light and turn that up, you can see that we're now, we have ambient lighting everywhere, even where there isn't any lighting. Let's find somewhere where there's definitely no lighting, like down here. Yeah, it's like the planned mall area here. So by default, it's completely black unless you have a torch. But if you've got just a tiny bit of ambient lighting, then you'll have at least some lighting at all times if you need it. But that's a preference thing. Yeah, I don't think there's much you can do in the way of cheating, with the ambient lighting. I mean, we wouldn't allow it to go, like fully lit like this. Although I have considered using this for like potato mode. So, the most performant way to run the game is with all the lights turned off, including the starlight. The lighting is quite heavy in the game in terms of GPU usage. So if we turn off all the lights on the ship and just use this ambient lighting, then the render cost is dramatically reduced. So we can use that as a potato mode if need be. So the whole game would just look like this. Inside the ship would just, be fully lit at all times. The markers on the bridge windows. Yeah, so the idea with the markers that you see out in space is that this is smart glass. So, I mean, we've got the little blue ring around this particular bit of glass, and I did have it on all 3 of them, but it looked a bit weird, so I'm just keeping it on the front one. And at some point we're going to have some like helm overlays, you know, to make navigation a bit easier. But the idea is that all of the bridge windows are smart glass, and they can render data to the user when you're looking through them. Yeah, I mean, a shared experience, you know, exploring a dark place, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, it's more of an accessibility thing, because, you know, if people have, you know, difficulty with low light conditions, in fact, my daughter has that. She's got like fuzzy, snowy vision, really badly in low light conditions. So people who suffer things like that, it would be good for them to be able to turn up the ambient light so they're able to see things more clearly. Yeah, good idea, Ronnie Nonny. We do get into these long chats, don't we? So the thing that I wanted to model specifically was the ceiling pieces around here. So we've got a few bits and pieces which need to be just polished off and connected up. I haven't quite worked out how I'm doing the attachment for this panel yet. Obviously the panel next to it has these bracket points here where it's connected, and that works fine because we've got all the bolts and things there for them to hold them on. We don't have an equivalent for this panel, so I just need to figure out how to do that. It might have to be the case that we cut some bolt holes into the panel itself and do it slightly differently to these ones. And the idea behind the ceiling panels is that you've got this solid metal backplane at the top of it, and then all the lighting and other geometry is connected to this one solid metal piece. So it's that solid metal piece which is actually connected to the framework with the bolts. So physically that makes sense. So we just need to make sure the rest of it makes sense too. I'm going to have like a metal grill around here as well, around this one, probably the full width of this space. I could make this piece slightly thinner and just have a small amount of grill around the outside for the bolt holes. That could work, but we shall see. Yeah, they could just be clipped on, but so the long-term plan obviously is that we want these bolts to be interactive so that you have to physically undo them to remove the panels. The same with the ceiling panels and everything. So if this is broken and needs replacing, then you have to undo the bolts, take the broken one off and put a fresh one there, and do the bolts back up. So we definitely want them to physically be interactive in that way. So in addition to that, we also need to sort out the ceiling here, because we have this overlap now where the scaling is slightly different. So these panels across the back, they need their curve removing, and these panels need to go all the way to the back, but they also need to fit the new scale, so they need to line up with this line here, which is, if you look there, this is the center point across here, which I did actually start doing. So I've started measuring that out on here, so that's the new panel widths there. But I also want to have like a planter there as well. So where we've got the labels on each deck, I wanted to have a planter underneath and then some seating in front. So I don't think I'll do that for the demo build because that's probably going to be a bit of...
Yeah, you won't be.
Yeah, Claire says no. So for now, yeah, I'll just make them flat panels. But we do need to do the ceiling panels because they're overhanging. But then the question is, do we also add the grill around these panels, or do we just have them exactly the same as they are? I think I'll start off doing them as they are. I might indent them a bit more because we've got quite a lot of vertical space to play with above them, so they could actually go up a bit further, just to give it a bit more 3D, so it's not just a big wall of light. We could also give them a bit of a wooden bit on the inside, like these ones, just to create that, just carry that design language through. Yes, Oninoni, the glass is new. Well, it's old, but also new. So this is very similar to the original glass we had on the stairs. It has that sort of nice blue tint to it. It's very subtle, but I like it. Let's turn that light off a minute. It's ruining our lighting. But yeah, it's a very, very subtle blue, but it is blue. And it's actually quite expensive glass on the GPU because it's using thin film translucency, but it's the only way to properly get the light to come through the right color. Yes, Trayhem. So all of the alert strips and everything are all customizable. So you could these balustrades here and the alert strips around there, they can be any color you want them to be. If you just go into the ship customization, you can change that, and that affects basically anywhere where you see a blue light, you can change it to a different color. Yeah, we'll get to those as well, Anassi. There's a few panels that need to be replaced, like these ones here need to also be transferred over here. These two panels here need to be made. Those are actually the same as these panels, so they just go across. And most of these panels are just a copy-paste of previous panels. So for the most part, this is just going to be laying out new panels. I just needed to double check the measurements on these ones. Like these ones are all copy pasted down. So everything you see here also needs to be copy pasted down here. So like all these ceiling panels are the old ones and they're now replaced with the new ones. Along with these panels here. This is basically just all the tidying up work that needs to be done for the demo update. Just swapping out the old stuff with the new stuff, which is already the correct size and everything. And then yeah, getting rid of some of these old test pieces here. So basically all these sections need paneling on them, but it looks like a big job, but they're the same scale as all of these panels. So we just need to do a straight version of this one panel, and it will fit all of them. So like all of that straight bit there is just one panel copy pasted. So it's not the big job that it looks like it is. Right, so if we start off with these ceiling panels here then, at least we can fix that nasty overhang there. Yeah, like Claire just says, we're doing the sci-fi convention in, was it Great Yarmouth?
Yep.
Yeah, Great Yarmouth. We're going to Great Yarmouth in the UK for a sci-fi convention. It would be great to get the demo out for that. So that's kind of what I'm going to be pushing towards. Right, so step 1 then is working out where the edges of this need to be, because we need to basically line up the ceiling with where the edge of the wall panel is going to be. In fact, probably in line with these ones would be best. So that this ceiling panel here lines up with the edge of this panel here. So that's a consistent edge all the way across. And it looks like I've lined that up with the wall panel there. At least thereabouts. Which means at minimum that needs to be 2 inches away from the wall. Let's grab the other ones and we'll use that as our measuring stick. Yeah, I'm sure we can do a video. I don't think we'll have the sort of bandwidth we need to do any live streaming or anything, but we can certainly just record a couple of videos, show what we're up to. Make that a 5.5 rather than the 5.6 that the other one is. It does actually make more sense. Oh, thank you, KVJ. I wanted to say that this is my favourite space game that I've been seen being made. The scale and awesomeness are impressive and I hope to play it soon. Hope this money goes to you and not to YouTube. Oh, thank you. YouTube take their cut, but I think we get most of it. So thank you very much. I'll be sure to buy myself a coffee with that. And yeah, and absolutely, this is the game that we've all wanted to play as well. So very excited to get it finished. Rotate this one across a minute. So from there to there, divided by 3. Okay, let's try again without that bit in the way. Yeah, the VR build is something I'll be working on basically straight after the demo update. So once the demo itself is live, the VR build is going to be on top of that demo update. So I'm not going to be adding any new features or anything for the VR build. It's literally going to be whatever the demo is with VR stuck on top. And that'll be the very next thing I work on after the demo. We've got a lot of people, myself included, really looking forward to seeing it running in VR. So yeah, we should be full steam ahead on that. So these should be exactly the same size when they're done. So we technically should only need to make one of them, and then that can be copy pasted. Right now in the game, we've got two different sizes. So you've got the middle one there, and then the edge ones are slightly different sizes, and they've got this bit sticking out a bit further on the edges, so we won't have that problem anymore, which is nice. So the question is, where do we line that up to in terms of the ceiling piece? Because that's basically here. So that's 35 centimeters both ways by the looks of things. Yeah, thereabouts. So we could get away with making this piece, at least making this piece ever so slightly smaller, and then keep the top bit the same size. And then, because we've got ample room here for another bracket, stick a secondary bracket in there. So yeah, so it would bring this in ever so slightly, maybe 1 or 2 squares worth, and that would consistently continue all the way around, forming a bit of a border. It would, however, make this side wider than this side visually, which might look a bit weird. Such are the struggles that I have to deal with. Yeah, I think I'm more of a fan of putting some bolt holes in here than I am adding an extra bit of grill around the edge, because in terms of the visual balance there, I like both sides being the same width. Claire does always criticize my love of symmetry.
I'm saying it in my head.
Yeah, I thought you were. I could hear it. I could hear it going, yes, you've got to be symmetrical. Yeah, but I like symmetry, what can I say? Which means that that then does form the edge of where it needs to be on that side. So yeah, I've convinced myself. Which means, where's the edge? So that means that needs to be, if we're going up to there, guessing yeah, kind of 569.5. It's gonna have a tiny bit of overlap, but I don't think this one's quite lined up. Teeny tiny bit of overlap, but that's fine because there's a rubber thing around it so that can squish up. Same there, ever so slight overlap. Okay, and then we just need to cap that off. So that should be our ceiling panel. So we copy from there to there. They should exactly line up. And then similarly, if we copy from there to there, they should all be lined up. So that should be exactly on the midline there, which it is. And then that one should be on the midline on the other side, which it is. Okay, there we go. 3 equally sized panels. Probably need a separate anchor point for these because they don't align to the floor ones, but that's not a problem. Right, so we want these to be, actually, do we, so if we use a similar design language to this one, so we'll go with the white panel on the outside, but we'll also have like a wooden trim leading to the light itself, which is indented. I think I'll skip having the alert ring on it because there's a lot of alert lighting kind of around here anyway. So you've got the balustrades there, and you've got the alert lighting around there, so we don't necessarily need it on here as well. We'll see how it looks when I've done it. Yeah, the carpet is quite mountainous looking because that's the height map it uses. So like from this kind of distance, it doesn't look too bad, but when you get like super close to it, it does like look like mountain ranges. But that's like almost sub-millimeter detail at that point. Yeah, you don't need a hugely beastly PC for VR these days. A lot of the more modern GPUs have got little tricks up their sleeve to make rendering the two screens easier. Claire's got a 3050 in her machine, and it handles, at least on the old Vive, handles it fine. And you can pick up a 3050 for about £170. In the grand scheme of things, they're not particularly expensive. You know, I tend to look at things like versus the cost of a AAA game. So for the cost of a couple of AAA games, you can buy a brand new GPU. From what I've heard, the 5090 is not very good. I've not actually properly looked into it, but I've seen some headlines like the 5090 is not benchmarking any quicker than the 4090, and in fact the 4090 is out benchmarking it in some cases, which is kind of weird. Not sure why Nvidia would have released a card like that. So we make that our panel width. Then we need to round off some of those corners and then indent the middle bit to make our wooden trim, the same as we've done here. In fact, how much taller did I make that? So that's 19 centimeters. Why did I go 19 and not 20? That's weird. Ouch, that does not sound good. Yeah, and optimization has always been my happy place, so I love nothing more than getting things running smoothly and as small as possible. Just wondering the best way to do this, actually. If we round the edges of this bit first. How much space do you have to play with there? So that's 10. I'm going to need more than that. Okay, so need to round off that edge there. Bring that edge in so it's diagonal. Okay. If I do something like that, that could work. And then just round off those edges a little bit, or at least round off the bottom edge a little bit. I'll leave the top for now because I think we'll do something with the light on there to make it look like a light fitting. Okay. Going to copy this a few times a minute so I don't lose the baseline. So, right, so that, if we extrude that out to 2 centimeters. Okay, so that that's our wooden bit. Let's give it the right colour. Okay, then the light fitting would go into here. So if we give that maybe 1 centimetre, a little bit there, and then maybe pull that down a little bit like that. Do something like that. like the weirdness. This bit can be the rubber backing. Okay, and then we want to cut out a little bit of that piece with this. So if we just make ourselves a slicing tool. I probably could have done this more efficiently, but I've been away for 2 weeks, so brain's not quite with it. Okay, and then just colour in those bits there. Right, so that gives us our lip over the edge. And again, the idea of the rubber backing is sort of basically sound insulation and stops the vibrations. And we leave a little gap between each panel. That's literally 1/2 centimetre there, so it's a very tiny little gap. But we do need to round off these corners. Five might be too much. Hang on, let me check the other ones. What did I do over here? One. That's tiny. Yeah, it's a good question about what our recommended spec is right now. It's kind of in a flux, because as we add new stuff, obviously it's going to continually change. But I think you know, a 3050 is definitely up there. You should be able to run the game, you know, max graphics on a 3050, which I think is, you know, reasonable. Again, you know, a 3050 is the cost of a couple of AAA games, so we try and make it so the spec is similar in price to that of a console. So, you know, if you go out and buy a console, then that's the price point you'd expect to pay to run the games that are on that console. So we're kind of aiming for a similar price point. Because we actually sat down and had quite a long chat about what we would consider to be a reasonable expectation for people in terms of their spec, of their machines. And there are several lines in the sand there. So you've got like unable to run the game at all, and I think, you know, the hard line in the sand there is, you know, anything that's over a decade old. It is unreasonable to support that hardware, especially, you know, hardware that doesn't support the X12 fully. You know, you've got what is essentially like Windows 7 machines and things like that. It's unreasonable to expect to run the latest games on that kind of hardware. So, you know, we obviously removed DX11 support because a lot of the new Unreal Engine features require DirectX 12. And again, you know, I think given that DX11 is over a decade old, I think that's, you know, a perfectly reasonable line in the sand. And again, in terms of the maximum spec, we're aiming it at a PC equivalent in cost to that of a modern day console, and, you know, I think that's a perfectly reasonable expectation. Yeah, sorry, the C64, as awesome as it is, wouldn't fare well. But the Steam Deck can run the game natively. It gets around about 40 to 50 FPS, which isn't bad. I'm going to make these edges a 5 centimeter curve, because that's what I've used for the other framework bits. It might prove to be too big, so we'll get it in Engine and we'll have a look. Five centimeters is basically 2 inches. Yeah, I can't imagine dial-up would handle it too well. Yes, Ishcha, actually we were talking about that today. So, you know, when we're building the procedural system for the races, having an alien crew member on board is definitely something that we want to get done. So obviously that's going to have to wait until we have physical representations of those races. But yeah, once we do, then absolutely. The way we discussed that with the player customized races was basically once you've made successful first contact, then you have the option to have them as a crew member. But it will require a successful first contact first. Man, these panels are chunkier than I remember. So one there, two and a half there, 2.5 there. That needs to be 0.5 bigger. That needs to be 0.5 less. Okay, that's like it. So before I round any of that off, I will just do a fit check. Why is that gone all weird? So there's the 3 lighting panels, and then they need to fit down there. I have to cut some holes through in this framework bit for them to fit. That's basically what we're looking at. Right, let's get rid of some of these layers that are in the way a minute. So I don't want that, don't want that. Just need to look at where the anchor points are going. Thank you, Celtic Gundam. Yeah, it's a hobby. Well, it started off as a hobby, doing kind of archfits work. So it's very much something I have an interest in. It's funny because while I was in London this weekend, I was like taking pictures of some areas in a mall because I liked the architecture there. So I was grabbing some bits and pieces, some of which will appear in the game. In the sandbox version of the game, ranks are pretty much freeform. Sorry, I've caught Claire's cough apparently. Yeah, so the ranks are kind of arbitrary. Obviously, certain roles are restricted to certain ranks, but you can just become that rank by selecting it. So things like the captain, obviously captain rank, the XO is a commander, and then you've got lieutenant commanders for the department heads. But it's only a rough rank structure. It's not really something that's set in stone as such. In the single player campaign, when we make that, rank will very much be part of it, so you will have to progress properly through the ranks as part of that. We wanted to make it flexible in terms of the sandbox gameplay. So that should be the the midpoint for the anchor, which means we need, let's get rid of that one. Take one of our usual little markers. So we need one down here, so about there. And these markers are going to be for the snapping points, so that we know that they are snapping in the correct location. So you want one there. And one over here. So that and that become a group, and then that becomes, oh it already is a component, so that's fine. And then we need to set the world origin to here. And the same for the group as well. So when we export this, it should be in the correct location with its world origin there. And as long as we put the snapping point in the same place, then we should all be good. Let's make sure we get the same kind of naming convention. So ceiling panel, main stairs. This is the C deck version, in fact. It's a no deck version. No, actually, we'll call it the C deck version. Because we'll have a B deck one which is separate, and the F deck one will have a slightly different design. So ring 1, C deck, ceiling panel, main stairs. Yeah, sounds about right. And I will just grab a copy of the name so that I know what file this is associated with. And then we'll replace this mesh with that one and see how it looks. Or will we? No, actually, we'll bring it in as its own mesh, actually. Ring 1, ceiling panels. Oh, 5.5 has changed all the buttons around again. I don't want any LODs. We do want to combine the meshes. We don't need collisions. We will build nanites. We don't want like map UVs. We don't want materials. We don't want textures. Okay, because we do all of that in engine. Hey Weekday, doing a ceiling panel at the moment, one of the lighting panels, trying a slightly different design to before. Seems I've forgotten how to type in 2 weeks. remember what material that was. That one. I'm wondering if I've made it a little bit too indented, but we'll see. I can always bring that down a bit if need be. Ooh, have they fixed the bug where the collision resets every time? No, yes, they have fixed it. Hurrah! That was really annoying. That was every time you brought a mesh in, it would reset the collisions. But no more. Thank you, Epic. Right, so the slightly awkward thing here is that our snapping guide, i.e. this, it's not going to have any snaps for the middle, so let's just add a couple of those. How best to do that? There's got no snapping guides there to bolt things to. Okay. Well, first things first, let's just replace this mesh. So we don't want that one. We wanted ring 1, C deck, ring stairs on there. Okay, is that mesh in a completely different place? Yes, it is. Okay. Well, that's no good. So, the lazy previous me had this mesh set to the world origin up there. So, of course, the light and everything is not in line with the actual mesh location, which would be here. So we need to move all of the light and everything up to where it should be at the top there. GI mesh for lighting the ceiling up. Give us simulated bounce lighting. Be nice when we move to Lumen eventually, because you won't need these fake GI meshes. Right, there we go. So we have a light. It's casting lights. It's the wrong way around. Going to look something like that. Right, so these ones here are using a different mesh and a different layout. So to be honest, they don't even need to be there. We can just duplicate this one now, which was the beauty of having it be the same on each side. We'll build a snapping tool for this in a minute, so that'll make this nicer and smoother. Right, so let's get those snaps in place. I suppose the easiest way to do this would just be to just do something like this. Into a component. Then we'll give it the color of a snap guide, and then we will position it where it needs to be. So we need one there. The other one goes there. And group them up. So that will handle the snapping position for the lights on the decks. I'm trying to be as efficient as possible with these snap guides, so we're making as few as possible. But the position of these lights is kind of unique, so yeah, they do need separate ones. And we'll stick that in our snap guides folder. Ring 1, main stairwell, ceilings. Again, we'll give it a name. Realize I spelled that wrong. Some collision. Right, now we just need to add some sockets to it. So anchor 0, and that's going to be over there somewhere. We got anchor 2 and anchor 3. Can't say I have, no. Not even sure what it is, to be perfectly honest with you. Ah, I see. No, I've definitely not had that. Only once, Oni. So as you can see here, these are all the anchor points I've made so far. And for the most part, these are copy-paste between decks. So what I used to do, I used to actually add the anchor points onto these floor plates here. So each one of these would have the anchor points around them, but that proved to be non-efficient. Making them as a separate object like this, and then importing them as something that can just be copy-pasted about, regardless of what the floor geometry is doing, just made the whole thing a lot quicker. So all I need to do now is just bring in my snapping guide, and the walls, the ceilings and everything all automatically snap to the same place. They do indeed, yeah. So these anchor points here are not loaded with the game, so they only load in the editor. But you can see here they are aligned with the segments, so where you've got the wall brace there, that's also the edge of the snapping guide. So all I have to do is bring in wall panels and they'll automatically just snap into place. Same with the ceilings and the floors. So floor, wall, ceiling, they all snap to the same single anchor point in the middle there. And by doing it that way, it means that we're speeding up the workflow, because we're only having to use a single anchor point in the world to place those meshes. It's all about efficiency. And again, this is on a separate level which never gets loaded, so it's never, affecting the world in any way. Yes, So the snapping tool requires collisions to work, and one of the issues we had with the stairwells is that obviously the stairwell has no geometry. It's a hollow space, so there was no collision surface to snap to. But now that we've got the snapping guides, we can just load those in, and they have collisions. So this object here has a flat plane collision attached to it, and again, they can all just have flat plane collisions. They don't even need to align with each other. They can all overlap. It just needs that surface there to snap to. To begin with, when you're performing tasks, you'll just be waving a tool at something. Over time, we'll make those animations more and more one-to-one. We want to use full IK for things like button presses. So if you go to press a specific button on the screen, when you click that button, it will fire a line trace, and the collision point of that line trace is where the finger will go. So we're able to actually have the character physically press whatever button you're looking at. Eventually, that's kind of like the long-term plan. What was I doing? Snap guide. So this one was 1700 units away from the world origin. It's in the middle. It's not rotated, and then we'll do a duplicate of that which faces the other way, because we always end up with things not rotated properly. So having done this, that snap guide can now be brought into the world. So if we go to our deck we're on, C deck. So we bring in our C deck snap guides, go to that level, and then we grab them from here. Make sure we're in the right place. So we'll drag that into the world, ignore the error message. Right, so obviously that's put it up there, and we need it down here, so just bring that down. We are minus 650 in the height, so that's where, there you go. Right, so now that they're in place, this one in particular will snap to it, so that should just go blink like that. So that's now snapped into place. Because there isn't a hole in the framework, it's now protruding through the ceiling, so we'll need to do a hole next. But that is where we want it to be. And that lines up fairly well with that. Obviously I haven't rounded off the edges yet, I just wanted to see how it looked. Especially this bit here, just to see how much of a hole that leaves. Obviously with these bits I haven't rounded off those corners. Now doing the other anchor points is a little bit more of a pain, because we need to know what their offsets are. That one's easy because it's in a line from the world origin. These ones not so much. So we need to work out where they are. So what way? So 1675, 667. So we go 1675.667, and that's 286.603, 286.603. Okay, and then that one over there is going to be the opposite of that, so that will be minus that, and the same X amount. Okay, and then we just need to do the angles. So we measure how far they are from the red axis. So this one is 9.706 degrees. So we stick 9.706 in there. That one was minus. Same on this one. 9.706. And then we do the inverse of that, so we do plus 180. Same on this side. Duplicate it and then plus 180. Make sure that everything is zeroed out height-wise. Okay. Right, so that should be all the anchors done. And now that I've done this, I don't need to do it again. So all I need to do is copy paste this anchor down to the next deck, and then everything will automatically just pop into place. So that will just pop to that one will pop onto that one, and now they're all completely lined up where they need to be. And yeah, I think I'm alright with that curve, to be honest. I don't think it's too bad at all. So we bring the interior back in and hide the snapping guide. Save everything. I think having the wooden trim is needed because there's a lot of just plain ceiling otherwise. Yeah, and it matches the walls quite nicely. Now obviously those panels are wrapping around, so they need to be just made straight. I think I already made a straight one without the handrail on it, so I'll just do another one with the handrail, and then that can just go up as far as that in the same way that this one will, and that should stop any overlaps that we don't want. Right, so let's sort that mesh out on the ceiling. Right, so we don't need our snapping guides. Oh, make sure that's on the right level. Right, so it's the C deck top that we need to cut a hole in. So generally speaking, we're using 30 centimeters for our gap. So if I measure from here to the wall, it should be about 30. So that's 30.007, which is close enough. You always get these like 0.00s because it's slight floating point inaccuracies, but that's like 0.007 of a centimeter, which is way less than a millimeter, so it's not really a distance you'll notice. So we need to make some cross beams for there, and then measure 30 centimeters around those. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, you know, floating point errors aside, it seems to handle the whole ship no problem at all. I guess it's designed for quite big architectural projects, so it's no stranger to big buildings. So we grab this, pop it on there. to save this a minute because when I copy something with rotation, it quite often crashes. So I'll save it before I do that. Yeah, it's funny. It's the little things. Picking up Unreal, you can get to grips with it fairly quickly, but there are so many little things that catch you out, and I guess that just comes with experience. It's just knowing Unreal's little foibles. Right, so if I copy that to there and divide that by 2. That should give us the exact middle. I'll do the same this side. So copy it to the midpoint there, divide it by 2, and it crashes. Ha! Yeah, that was the crash that I was expecting. Really doesn't like doing that kind of divide when you rotate something. Just a pain in the rear. I have reported it to SketchUp, but so far it's not been fixed. Apologies for blinding everyone. It did, yes. I don't think they'd believe me. So as a workaround, I'm going to copy this across here and then divide that by 2, because it's not a component, it's not grouped up. It shouldn't crash. But that then gives me a guide that I can use to copy to. So now all I need to do is to copy this to that marker instead, thus avoiding the crash. So copy from that one to that one. And same on the other side. Copy that one to that one. So that's our 3 segments. So all 3 of these segments should technically be the same size. Whether they're actually the same size is another thing, but hopefully they are. So as this is a component, I can edit it somewhere else. So I'll just pop this up here a minute. So we can edit it without lots of other stuff in the way. I think the easiest way to do this is probably just to draw a mesh around So if I draw a plane through there, and then we can use that to cut out the shape. So there we go. Keep these lines straight so that we know that we're on a level plane. And if we intersect this with the world, like so, got at least one which worked. And then with this one, we'll bring that out by 30. And then that gives us our hole that we're going to cut. Just cut out the corners for this one. I'm going to get some weirdness around the corners because of overlapping geometry, but we can fix that. Here's a few. Oh, I think this side is overlapping. Yeah, it is. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And the same here, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Clean it all up. Right, and there's our slicing hole. So we don't need that. We shall just copy this to the other two segments. Actually, we'll do that down here where we've got a middle bit to go with. Right, so we want to copy it from there to there. And again from there to there. If we drop them down through the floor a little bit, and then reverse the faces because you want them to face inward, and then intersect with the context, then we should be able to get rid of our hole, except that's a separate group, so they need to be in that group. So grab them from there, put them in that group, and try again. That's better. Okay. And then with any luck, nothing's overlapping. Looks like we're okay. Nothing is touching at that end. Nothing's touching at this end. It's close, but we got away with it. And it's still consistent with our 30 centimeter gap. So that there is 30 centimeters and that there is 30 centimeters. Consistency all round. Right, so if we export this one out as our CDEC top, folder, and we're going to plus frame 1 framework, okay, so we want CDEC framework at top, Making sure I'm not exporting any weirdness. All looks good. So in Engine, if we grab that geometry, and then we re-import that geometry, it's probably going to ask for a new mesh. So we want ring 1 framework CDEC after top. There we go. So that's our new geometry. So it's got the holes cut in the right place. The only exception to this rule of having this 30 centimeter overhang area around all the support bracing is the cut through for the stairs, because I wanted more breathing room around the stairwell, and if we had this large gap through here, it would mean that the side panels would have a lot of hollow space behind them, which didn't make a lot of sense. It just felt like a lot of wasted space. So yeah, they're a lot tighter. Obviously I still need to just finish off some of these little bits, connect them up, and when we do the rooms, which will be the same on every stairwell, so we're going to have a bathroom on one side and like utilities and cleaning on the other. So like the Roombas and stuff, this is where their charging bays will be, in that room behind the stairs. But those ceilings will look similar to this, so they'll have the bracing across with these holes, with the 30 centimeter overhang. Okay, so let's check that it didn't remove the collisions. Nope. Still good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it can be finicky. I'm trying to use consistent measurements all over the place so that kind of cuts down on the amount of finicky, but yeah, it certainly can be. But so that's going to be an issue there. Yes, there's going to be a problem here in that the stairs don't include the wooden section. So the ceiling panels, which you can't really see because of the lighting, but they've got this like the wooden trim going around them in the same way that the walls have got the wooden trim. And I've tried to make all of the spacing there again consistent, or as consistent as possible. So the wood's the same thickness, the white panelling's the same thickness, and the little rubber bit in between them is the same thickness. And that gives you a certain height, a certain depth to the ceiling. Now, this needs to adhere to that same depth, otherwise it's not going to line up, which is what's happening here. So that needs dropping down slightly. But as a result of that, that also means that the stair geometry and the walls here also need to drop down the same amount, which is why that's not lining up there. So, you know, ideally the bottom of the stair geometry needs to line up with this, as does this. So you've got like two lots of misalignment there. It's not the end of the world, it's just all those little bits and pieces that just need polishing and sorting. Not sure how I feel about it design-wise though. I think there's perhaps perhaps too much in the way of wood there, or at least it's like the lights are too recessed, because they're kind of looking a bit square. I think the lights themselves could do with being rounder on the edges. Yeah, the glass here isn't finished. It's so I haven't squared or rounded it. I haven't rounded off the edges and kind of smoothed it all off yet. I wanted to wait until it was definitely in the right place before I did that. Same with this up here. I haven't smoothed it off yet because I want to make sure that it's positioned perfectly first. But yeah, so once those edges are rounded, it should pick up the light quite nicely. Like these ones do up here. So these ones have been rounded off, so they pick up the light better. The refraction doesn't work great, if I'm honest. I mean, it is. I've turned the refraction right down, because otherwise it really, like you can see there, it kind of duplicates what's behind it. And when you're looking at long flat surfaces like this and you look through it at an angle, the refraction can make it look really, really strange. So I've turned that down quite low. So you've got some refraction there, but you know, not as much as perhaps there should be. But it's just there to sell the effect. Right, yeah, so the height of that should be consistent with the height of that, which they do seem to be. So that bit's fine. That one looks okay. This piece here is obviously wrong, so that needs fixing. Not sure actually whether it's that piece that's wrong or whether it's this top piece which isn't far down enough. Need to move these brackets into the right place so that we can see for sure. But we're definitely kind of, you know, into the weeds of the fiddly bits now, rather than like, you know, major geometry work. But yeah, I think design-wise, those lighting panels are too high up and too square. So I think if we had maybe half the amount of wood and more of the curve, so where we've got this curve here, so maybe the light's curved around there, they'd look neater than that. I think as well, actually, the bounce lighting on that might be a little bit on the strong side, so let's fix that at the same time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this mesh down where it's doing the bounce lighting, but I'm going to do it on a separate screen because I want to be able to see what I'm doing while I do it. So like if I move that up and down, you can see that it's affecting or not the scene. I think we definitely need it above that mesh there. So if you make it small, obviously it's not covering enough space, but we want it to just kind of have a little bit of a dark gap between them, like that. And then lengthwise to bring it in a bit as well. Just so we've kind of got balanced lighting across there. Looks a bit better. Because the problem with them being a funny shape is that as I make it wider at one end, it's kind of not lighting at the other end. So if I just pull that out just a little bit, just so it's not quite so dark at the far end here. It does make it lighter there, but that's not the end of the world. Don't know whether you can tell, but the lighting on this side is a lot warmer because we don't have the blue strip. And with the way that I wrote the lighting, to avoid having to use 3 separate lights for this, or even 2 separate lights for this, what I do is I take the hue of the LED strip and I add that to the lighting that's being cast from this light here. So it does sort of a logical combination of those colors. So we only actually have to use 1 light for the entire panel, which just saves on performance because you're using 1 light rather than 2 or 3. So you can see there that obviously the bounce lighting there is a different color to the bounce lighting here because it's taking those blue lights into account, which is not always physically accurate, but until we move to Lumen, it will have to do for now. Yes, the alert sounds will be all over the place. I want to make them physical, so there's a few things that you can't see in the corridor yet. One is going to be air vents, so there are going to be air vents in the wall panels for sucking air in, and air vents at the top here. So where you've got the HVAC, there are going to be air vents coming off of this, pumping fresh air down through these vents, which is why these vents are here. They're not just there for the looks, they actually have a purpose. So fresh air comes in through the top, and the expended air comes in goes out through the bottom. So there'll be a vent that goes through there, up the wall. It'll come up through here somewhere and attach back onto this. So the reason there are 2 is one is fresh air and the other one is spent air. And I actually did some research on how to achieve the best airflow, and the advice was to have source air from the top and then spent air at the bottom being sucked out. It creates a nice kind of flow of air. So there's that, which hasn't been modelled yet. But the other thing is we're going to have like little speakers embedded into the ceiling panels and things, and those speakers will actually be what is making the alert noise and Ava speaking and that sort of thing. So there's still detail that needs to be added onto here, and it will be functional detail like with everything else. Thank you, Archer. Yeah, I slathered on like factor 50 sun cream for the entire 2 weeks, so I have picked up 0 amount of tan. I burn easily, so I always go heavy on the sun cream. We went to Florida. Met up with a couple of team members that happen to live in Florida, and went to Disney and that sort of thing with the family. It was a nice couple of weeks break. Yeah, I don't mind at all. All good. So I'm just trying to assess how far I'm off with these. So I think this one is probably the width of the metal bit above. So this metal plate that the ceiling panels are connected to, that's probably the width that I'm missing. height-wise there. And then again, these panels just need to be dragged down to that height, and then the curve needs to be chopped off of those ones, and then that should already line up there, which it does. And then we just need some bolt holes, I think, in these, because if actually, because that works quite nicely, because we've got this this central support here. We can just have bolt holes coming up through here. So I'll put a bolt there, and the same on the other side. That kind of helps with the with the design consistency with these middle bits as well. So if those ones have visible bolt holes, then these ones can too. So we'll probably do that like here and here, I think, and then where we've got the metal work here above, we'll maybe have either have that actually shaped, or just have some kind of brace coming down like this one with some bolt brackets on it. There's a couple of ways we could go about that, so that's good. Yes, you missed the draw, and sadly, no, you didn't win. Not yet, Anasi. Again, we're going to be doing the recruitment drive once the demo update is done. So once that's live, in addition to doing the VR, we'll be doing the recruitment. I do actually have 2 people in mind already. One of whom does a lot of ship modelling, and another one that does character modelling. So there's a conversation to be had there soon. To be honest, that kind of relates to some of the conversations we've been having on Discord regarding the backer races and just general alien life in the galaxy and how we're going about doing that. So in terms of how we're doing that and who we need to recruit to do that, the alien vessels themselves are going to be largely kit bashed. So we'll have style libraries for various different visual styles. So we'll have like organic ships, we'll have like steampunk ships, we'll have like gothic looking ships. So we'll have lots of different design languages, and then within those design languages we'll have, you know, a library of pieces that we can draw from to build those ships. Obviously they'll have consistent texturing, and the texturing itself can be very varied. You know, we'll have the full color palette to play with, and you know, various texture designs. So using that system, we should have a vast array of different potential vessels that we can generate procedurally in the galaxy. And we'll take a similar approach to the alien races themselves. So we'll have lots of different styles of alien creature. You know, like avian or feline or amorphous. You know, we'll have lots and lots of different styles. And each of those will have various skeletons that can be animated. And then we'll have, like, if we've got like arm skeletons, then we'll have various different arms available in those styles. So again, that we can kit bash those aliens together. So say you had an insectoid mesh, an insectoid skeleton, then we would have a library of different insectoid pieces that we can attach to that skeleton to create a finished insectoid species. So there could be, you know, like a dozen different legs and a dozen different arms to pick from, and again, full RGB suite of, you know, texturing possibilities. So what we need staff-wise is a character modeler to make those pieces, to make the Lego bricks, essentially. And on the ship side, we need someone who can do all the various component pieces to those vessels. So you know, we need people who are skilled at modular design in that way, because as much as it's Lego pieces that are joined together procedurally, we don't want it to look like that. We want it to look like they are consistent. So yeah, there's a certain amount of skill involved in doing that, but that's the plan anyway. In terms of the Magellan, most of the design will be by me. I mean, aspects of it, things like props and stuff, you know, I'll get other people to do that because, you know, I want to do more of the bigger designs aboard the vessel. So things like the layout, the rooms, you know, the main design language stuff is things that I'm going to do. But when it comes to individual props, then we'll hand that off to, you know, other artists. Like, I don't need to make a bar stool, for example. You know, we can get someone else to do that. Right, let's bring that down a bit. And the bricks, of course. So we have maybe that much wood. That gives us a lot more in the way of a rounded light source. And then I was hoping that it was going to do that smoothly, but obviously not. Hang on, let's see whether I can make this into actual groups. Let's see whether it'll do it smoothly now. Nope, not at all. Okay. Fine. So if we go for maybe 10, I see even that looks a bit too much, maybe 5. Okay, then we'll take those two edges, we will stick a curvy loft on that. Almost did a passable job. Okay, we'll round that bit off a little bit. example color. Where has it gone? There it is. Now that I've done that, I can get rid of that bit. There we go. Fix that top bit at a later date. Let's just see what it looks like in Engine. Oh, hang on. I saw some unpleasantness there. What on earth has gone on there? work out why that bit was chopped off. I see what it's done. It's lost that face. That's better. So the little bit that goes on top needs slightly bigger edges. So what I could do, yeah, so if I take that, get the outer edge there, expand that by 0.5. Yeah, I should do it. Just need to then square off these edges here. Come on, give me an edge. This will be one of those fiddly bits. Thicken this by 0.5. ring 1, ceiling panels, that one. Then we just re-import that mesh. So go into here, here, re-import that. We end up with something like this instead. Yeah, I definitely prefer that. I think the edges of the lights definitely needed that rounder edge to them. Yeah, definitely nicer. It's not quite as overpowering either. See you, Celtic Gundam. Sorry, I didn't see you leaving. Have a good one. Hard to disagree. Ooh. You saying this is abandonware? It's hard to call something abandonware when you're literally working on it in real time. Right, so they're going to need copying down across all the other decks. But before I do that, let's see if we can sort out some of these alignment problems around here. So, yeah, so that needs to come down slightly. So where are we missing the alignment? Them down 350 units, and they should be lined up with that edge there, which they are. Yep. So how far off are we? 2 centimeters, not a terrible amount. And I think so that it's that metal bit that we're using on the ceiling panels. That's what's basically losing us our height. So if we grab that and that, and we move that down by 2, that should line them up nicely. And the gap between the midpoints should be 1, which it is. They should be the same height, which they are. So basically, we just need to drag this down a bit. Yeah, I think in the future I'll round these off a bit more as well, because I do prefer the rounder edge to the panels. Okay, so assuming then that is now correct, we just need to add a 1 centimeter chamfer around there. Soften all that off. And the same with this one. Although I need to be careful with this one because it's got that edge on it, so I think I'll just do that edge there. What I'll do is I'll reduce that by 0.5, and if I add a 0.5 chamfer around the edge and make it like a nice bead around the edge of the light. Oops, no, don't want to do that. I want to do that. And then we want that texture there, which replaces that one at the top there. Okay. Betterer. Yeah, I think to get rid of this, get rid of this glare on the edge there, I think we need to reduce the width of the rect panel that's on the inside. Just doing that on my other screen. There we go. Basically, I've just reduced the size of the light source so that it's not overlapping the edges. You get a nice dark line there then. Right, so those ones are now correctly the same height as one another. These panels arguably need more polys in them. I'll sort that out when I add the bolt holes and everything. so right, yeah, so they're gonna need bringing down to match then, and then all that should then be nice and consistent. And then we just need to make these 2 panels here. How are we doing for time wise? It's been almost 3 hours, so then what I'll do is I'll make these 2 panels here, drop all that down, and then we shall call it a night. Let's just actually, while we're here, just sort out the normal direction on that. Where that light's coming from. That's probably this, isn't it? I've had no end of troubles with these underlighters for the stairwell. Obviously it's needed because otherwise the stairwell is very, very dark. But these lights underneath, they just overlap with everything in the most annoying way. Like this, you get this effect, which again is because we're having to use fake mesh lighting to do the uplight. Basically, we're faking global illumination. And when we move to lumen, that will go away. That won't be a problem anymore. But until we do, I just need to fudge that a bit more so it's not doing this. It's the kind of thing that I can't unsee. Really do much more with the light itself. Ah yes, fingers crossed for no scrubs tomorrow. Reduce it a bit by having the light source softer at the edges. It's not perfect though. Also, why is that trying to affect the navigation? So nothing here should affect the navigation apart from stair mesh, but yeah, none of that should. I think what I'll do for these, I'll add some controls for the actual scale of the GI light to try and smooth that off a bit more. I mean, that helps, but it's still not perfect. Right, these things. Let's sort these things. Right, so if we bring up the B deck snappity snaps. Which ones do we have? That one and that one, so we need that curve. Make sure we're on the right level. B deck interior walls. had some issues with these and mirroring. So this one needs to be mirrored that way. Yeah, that was good. So that can stay there. Okay, then we've got the same two to do on each side. So let's turn off that snap for now. I wasn't quite sure how I felt about the wooden trim from the bottom continuing all the way around, but I think it kind of has to because we've got it here as well, so it just sort of consistently goes all the way around. It does create like a bit of a visual border as you're going down the stairs, but I think we can live with that. That's just me nitpicking. Okay, so we can get rid of these now. Did I remember to create a template? Are you the template? You look like you're the template. Quite possibly. I'll do an adjustment to my template before I do anything else, just so we know that we're on the right scale. That is aligned to that. should all be lined up. Let's make sure this one's lined up with its bracket. Copy of that over there because we're going to need it in a minute. Just need to double check the radius of the curve. Looking at it. Okay, so Oh, come on, out walls. Again. From there to there. Okay, that's our path. Just extrude that up for a minute. Because we want to curve that edge. I think I used 6 segments on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds. Okay. I also just need to make sure that I do a perpendicular edge along here. So we need to rotate that 90 degrees. Join them up like that. That just ensures we have a consistent join between those two panels. Not needed on this side because it's already straight. see how this goes. So, yeah, so it's doing the curve from there, which we don't want. We need the curve to be there, so if we bring that in to there, or I suppose there. Sure, we still have our right angle at this side. Let's try that again. That's better. What weirdness greets us here? So there were two vertices on top of each other there somewhere. Those edges are not coplanar, so that's going to cause us a problem. I did the same on the other one as well. Okay, so basically, probably have an issue with this end. Like, is there? Yeah, there was a tiny, tiny, tiny little like speck of an edge on the end there. Does it even register as a length? Yeah, 0.004 centimeters of an edge. Well, that's what was messing it up. There we go, a proper end on it now. That's better. Thanks, David. It's good to be back. Like, genuinely, as nice as it was being on holiday and everything, I definitely felt the lack of doing work. It's kind of hey, we've got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it in, so yeah, I definitely missed being at work. We went to Orlando. I spent a couple of weeks there with family, and I met up with some team members as well, which was really cool. So we met with Czech Ryder, one of our moderators, and Eric, our composer, both of whom live in Florida, so that was really convenient. We went to the Kennedy Space Center for the day, so that was really cool. I spent a long time poring over the fine details of the Atlantis shuttle, just looking at the way brackets worked and how the hinges were attached, and you know, just techie details like that. I do this every time. I always forget I need to chop that end piece off. tell this is going to be a pain. Should do it. Should have done this rounding before I cut these holes. Because it's just complicating things. Bit's done, that bit's done, that bit's done, and that bit came out all right. Good, good, good. And they're not huge. They are 1.7 centimeters. I think I originally scaled them to 1.5. Not sure, quite sure how they ended up at 1.7, but yeah, 1.7 centimeters. Or 17 mil. so next thing we need to do is obviously export them with this anchor point in mind. So just do a quick overlay of that. So we select that and that and group them together. We make this object a component. And then we set our axes. If we can see it. There we go. Okay, so that's that one. And then that one. So again, that should export with the world origin being in this location, which is equal to the center of the anchor point. I believe this one would be curve 6 as we're going around the curve. Make sure we put it in the right folder. There's our panel, and then we just give it some basic collisions and a socket. So the socket again is at the origin point for the mesh, which should be equal to that point in the middle there. So if we turn on our snap guide, that's the middle of where the snap guide is. So we'll do it on this side first because that's where we exported it from. We will copy this one. So if we just make sure we're on the right level, copy that one, change the mesh. So we want curve 5, curve 6 even. Let me bring that one back. Has it mirrored it? There we go. So that one is now in place. Should line up with all the bolt holes, etc. And is the correct height. Of course, yeah, so yeah, this edge panel here is of course too wide because it's overhanging this the hole for the stairs, so something needs done about that too, but not today. That's a tomorrow problem. Right, let's just copy this one across to the other side. So this one will need mirroring. Let's make sure it's lined up. Yep, and yep. It's just lined up with the balustrade as well. All looks good there. Oh, I need to square off that edge actually. Yeah, I'll square that off because I've squared it off on this side up to there like that. So I just need to do the same on this side as well. Do that later. Okay, so then we just got that one panel to do, and that should be the interdeck area done. This one's got a slightly weird curve on it. I think I actually need to, yeah, I'm going to have to trim that off a bit as well. So after I've straightened that across there, I need to trim this back a bit because we're not going across quite as far at the top there. So let's grab a measurement for that. That's 4.5 centimeters. So I need to make sure that I adjust this accordingly. So that needs to go to there. Which means that needs to come across to there and then 0.5, just to make sure we are consistent. I'm assuming we're doing the same underneath as well, actually. Let's just double check it. I vaguely remember doing something about this before I went on holiday, so it's one of those things I've forgotten what I was doing. 4.5, yeah, so the template is slightly too big. So that needs moving to there. And that one needs moving to there. That just removes any unnecessary overlap. So let's pop you down on here. Line that up there, and then that needs to line up with that. We were talking about this on Discord the other day. So, yeah, so there's two general ideas. One is that if there are no humans in the area, or there's nothing valuable or damageable in the area, then it will be possible to evacuate the air. I mean, the ship is in a vacuum, so it's just a case of opening a valve and the air is evacuated. Although someone raised a good point about rather than reducing a room to vacuum, instead replacing oxygen with another gas, so obviously a non-combustible gas. So we could potentially do that. So as the room is being or as the oxygen's being sucked out of the room, we're backfilling with another gas to maintain air pressure, which means that someone with a simple breathing apparatus could survive in that room. Because they're not having to go through a low pressure environment. For other instances of fire, we've just got handheld fire extinguishers, which for gameplay purposes will be the things that get used more often. Just get this lined up properly, so we need to I'll just go straight across there. I'm going to reduce this curve to the edge of the mesh. Do it to there. So take that 90 degrees, that gives us our consistent edge. And join that up. And we'll do the same on this side as well. Again, that just ensures that these meshes are perpendicular to one another and they perfectly line up. I can tell just by looking at this that I'm not going to be happy with how low poly that edge is, but we'll use that for now. I'll probably come back and redo that with double the polygons, so it's much smoother. What's going on there? Okay, there was something weird at the end of that path. Oh, I see. A bit sticking off the end. That's no good. So you can see, because I did those little straight bits at the end, these two meshes join up perfectly. Yeah, we're going to be using electrolysis to create oxygen. There's a lot of ice, of water ice, you know, in any star system really. It's one of the things that gets shoved out to the outer system. So we're never going to be short of water ice. Okay, that's worth looking at, thank you. Earth is going on with this edge. Weird. I think the script's getting a bit confused because there's a perfectly powerful edge below it. Perfectly parallel ledge. Yeah, it's like, what do I do? Weird though. How badly does it mess it up? Fairly badly. better. Not sure what was going on with that, but we fixed it. Should do it. So I should have actually called the other mesh deck sep rather than curve, because the curve is a bit above it. So slight error in the naming convention, but never mind, we'll live. Gonna need some normal fixing by the looks of things. Okay, that should be good to go. So we'll copy that one over, select the other mesh, and if we load up our snapping guide, that should just pop into place like so. Yeah, so the other one needs to be brought down the same level as that one, and that one needs trimming as well. So the idea is that the rubber backing on this panel intersects with the rubber backing on this panel. As should be the case here. It's going to be a little bit fiddly to get this piece here joined up smoothly with this edge. I think what we're going to have to do is probably stop. Yeah, probably make a single panel to go across here that fills this entire gap. And then do one which is specifically designed to fit around that edge. Or make it just thinner all the way across and extend this edge out slightly. There'll be a solution to it. I just need to find the one that looks cleanest. And then making these panels straight all the way up fixes any overhang that's happening here. So that should be alright. But yeah, in the future, I do need to come back and increase the poly count on some of these panels because they're just not smooth enough for my liking, but they'll do for the demo update, so I won't do that anytime soon. Okay, so let's just copy these two across. Oops, got one too many there. Oh, hang on a minute. So what I've done here is rather than copying the entire actor, I copied the mesh. So I've gone ahead and I've got the panel mesh selected and I've copied that out rather than the actor itself. I do that quite often, so I'll click on a mesh to do something with it, and of course now I'm working with that rather than the actor. So now if I do that, we've copied the actor itself and not the actual mesh. So we want that one. Oh, of course I can select it from here. That's more like it. Alright, so if we bring our snappity snap in. That's better. So we want that one and that one. Now we can copy them across. Right, and they'll both need mirroring. Okay, there's that one. And again, that will need mirroring. Definitely getting there. Right, save all of that before anything disastrous happens. Thanks, Bill. Don't worry, I'm definitely feeling the pressure. Let's just sort out these normals a minute on here. Fix that one. Fix that one. Right, so I need to drag the bottom of these panels down, which is not a big deal because there's no intersecting geometry, so I can literally just select that and pull it down, so that's fine. I need to trim the top off of these panels so they line up nicely. I'll probably end up making this panel narrower, so they all need extending out slightly. Not the end of the world. And I need to do the backing on the stairs and sort out what I'm doing with the lights. And once I've done that, it's just a case of just copy pasting it vertically down throughout all the decks then. And then that should be the main stairwell pretty much done, other than the light fitting above there, which I'm still mulling over how to do that. But yeah, getting there, definitely getting there. Okay, so on that happy note, I shall call it a night. It's been, oh look at that, almost exactly 4 hours. Pretty typical for one of our streams. Where's OBS gone? There it is. Back to Big Me. So I hope you enjoyed our return to work stream. I'd have forgotten a few things, but we got there in the end. So as always, the next stream will be on Sunday at 8 PM, assuming that today is Wednesday. Yeah, today is Wednesday. See, that's where my brain is at the moment. I'm just completely out of it. So yeah, next stream on Sunday, where we'll be doing more of the same pretty much. Hopefully I'll be able to get more of this stairwell done over the course of the next few days. And then yeah, so as we mentioned earlier on in the stream, we'll be at the sci-fi convention in Great Yarmouth in a few weeks. And I'm really hoping we can get the demo update done ready for that, so that we can have that running on some machines there, which would be really good. So fingers crossed I can get it done in time. But until then, I wish you adieu, and I shall catch you all on the next stream. So bye for now. And yes, I have an R2-D2 unit now. Well, I haven't named it yet. He's R2 something. But yeah, any suggestions, let me know. Bye for now.